Alright everyone, welcome to a redo on the Clifford Season 3 episode plots and Clifford Q&A. The last time we tried to do it, a big snowstorm knocked the power out. And I'm drinking water while I'm doing the stream. I'm also drinking water while I'm doing the stream, so HuskyDog88, this stream is for you. Hi, HuskyDog88. Well, you know what I'm doing while I'm doing the stream? I'm drinking plenty of water while I'm doing the stream. Which is why it sounds like this. Which is why it sounded like this. Well, it's stopped for right now, but it's gonna come again later in the evening. Maybe at around 8 or 9. Now, before we talk about the Clifford Q&A or the Clifford season 3 episode plots, I'm gonna go over what PBS Kids logos I think would be the most suiting for each Clifford the Big Red Dog VHS or DVD release, and I'll also explain the version of the funding that is used for Clifford the Big Red Dog for that as well, if you want to hear it again. Okay, now, please pay close attention because let's start. Anyway, for Here Comes Clifford, which contains the episodes Little Clifford, Welcome to Birdwell Island, Cleo Comes to Town, and A Fairy Tale, I would have to say, with the VHS of Here Comes Clifford, I would choose the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover, and the PBS Kids Dot Transformation ID from 2000, where Dot transforms into a tiger, octopus, and astronaut. And that's because TV airings of Little Clifford and Welcome to Birdwell Island did use Dot transformation. And because Clifford was the first show to use Dot transformation. Now, what are your thoughts on and I'm gonna let you know what your thoughts are for the PBS Kids logos on each of those releases. So what are your thoughts on the funding being shown and the PBS Kids logo being shown for Here Comes Clifford if there existed a copy with the funding intact? Okay. Okay, that was Here Comes Clifford. Now, what were your thoughts on the funding for a fan-made copy, if the funding for a fan-made copy that featured the funding, as well as the PBS Kids logo following it for Here Comes Clifford? Alright, now for Clifford's Best Friends, containing the episodes My Best Friend, False Friends, A New Friend, and The Dog Who Cried Woof, I would choose the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids Dash Transformation ID, where Dash transforms into a caveman, scuba diver, and robot this time, because TV airings of The Dog Who Cried Woof did use the Dash Transformation ID when it was paired up with Doing the Right Thing. Okay. Now for Fun with Clifford, containing the Season 1 episodes Limelight, Fright, and Special Delivery, I would choose the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids Dot Transformation ID, because TV airings of Limelight Fright used the Dot Transformation ID when it was paired up with Circus Stars. Okay, for Clifford Tries His Best, containing the episodes The Dog Park, Big Sleepover, and Bernie Makes Free, and Clifford's Doggy Reunion, I would choose the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids Dot Transformation ID. And because I figured Clifford would, the Dot Transformation ID was the most common ID used for Clifford at the time. And I believe TV airings of the Dog Park used Dot Transformation as well when it was paired up with Mac's Secret Dog Club. Alright, now pay special attention to this one. Now, Clifford's Schoolhouse contains the episodes Teacher's Pet, Nobody's Perfect, Clifford and the Beanstalk, and Get Well. Now, originally, I decided to use the Dash Transformation ID for Clifford's Schoolhouse until I discovered that television airings of Get Well, when it was paired up with New Dog in Town, actually used the PBS Kids Dash ID from 1999. So that's why I decided that Clifford's Schoolhouse would use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids ident from 1999, where Dash the Boy thinks about something, which fits pretty well because Clifford and Cleo and T-Bone have to think about what gifts they should bring to Emily Elizabeth while she recovers from a cold. Do you remember watching New Dog in Town and Get Well on PBS? Back in like the early 2000s, like 2001 or something? Because those TV airings of New Dog in Town and Get Well used the Dash ID from 1999, which I chose for Clifford's Schoolhouse, because Get Well is in the VHS. And so I thought, why not have Clifford's Schoolhouse use the 1999 Dash ID at the end? That's because it was a very, very early Clifford VHS release from 2001. It wouldn't be until November of 2001 where they used a more familiar Clifford font called Comic Sans MS. And this VHS was released in July of 2001. And, but at least they started using the Clifford Bone logo in July 2001, replacing the old Clifford logo with the blue rectangle and white linings saying Clifford the Big Red Dog. That was used from Clifford's Best Friends and Here Comes Clifford. Alright, now as for Clifford Saves the Day, now pay attention to this one, folks. This contains the episodes Stormy Weather, Islander of the Year, Circus Stars, and Clifford on Parade. Now, Stormy Weather, when it was paired up with a new friend, used the dot transformation ID at the end. Islander of the Year, which was paired up with Teacher's Pet, also used the dot transformation ID at the end. Circus Stars, when it was paired up with Limelight Fright, also used the dot transformation ID at the end. But Clifford on Parade, when it was paired up with Follow the Leader, actually used the 1999 PBS Kids ID, where Dot the Girl runs up to the screen. I originally was going to choose dot transformation for Clifford Saves the Day, but I thought, because Clifford on Parade is the last episode on the VHS, I decided that Clifford Saves the Day should use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover, being followed by the 1999 PBS Kids ID where Dot the Girl runs up to the screen. Because in Clifford on Parade, they march in a parade, and marching and running you can both do with your feet. If Clifford met Dino, that would be pretty interesting. Now, do you know which PBS Kids logos you remembered hearing in the stream when I was talking about Here Comes Clifford, Clifford's Best Friends, Fun with Clifford, Clifford Tries His Best, Clifford's Schoolhouse, and then Clifford Saves the Day? And this is a November 2001 release, and this is the first release to use the most famously known Clifford font on the front cover. Actually, when you mentioned 1980s Fred Flintstone in the Clifford funding for Clifford Goes Old School, it's actually late 1970s Fred Flintstone. Henry Corden took over in 1977. Now, what were your thoughts on the PBS Kids logo I chose for the VHS of Clifford Saves the Day, if there was a copy with the funding intact? Along with Clifford's Schoolhouse, Clifford Tries His Best, Clifford's Best Friend, and Here Comes Clifford. Alright. Yeah, it was Comic Sans MS being the font. So, would you mind if I started quizzing you now that I told you about it? I know all of my choices make sense as well. I don't hate Comic Sans. I love Comic Sans. Hey, JP Empire. You know what? You know what, JP? I'm allowing you to come join me in the stream and join your with your Barney and Clifford pals in the stream as well. And you are welcome to come if you want. All right. And now for Clifford's fluffiest friend, Cleo, which contains the episodes Fluffed Up Cleo, Cleo's Fair Share, Friends Morning, Noon, and Night, and Two's Company. I decided that the VHS of Clifford's fluffiest friend, Cleo, would use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover, being followed by the PBS Kids Dash Transformation ID from 2000. And you want to know why I chose it for Clifford's fluffiest friend, Cleo? Well, because in Fluffed Up Cleo, Clifford, Cleo, and T-Bone go swimming at the very end of the episode. Now, I know I don't have Happy Birthday Clifford and Puppy Love yet, but I'm going to go over them anyway. Now, for Happy Birthday Clifford, which would contain the episodes The Best Party Ever, Clifford's Big Surprise, Potluck Party Pooper, and It's My Party, I would choose the Season 1. For Happy Birthday Clifford, I would choose the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover, being followed by the PBS Kids Dash Transformation ID from 2000. That's because TV airings of The Best Party Ever, when it was paired up with To Catch a Bird, both To Catch a Bird and The Best Party Ever used the Dash Transformation ID on TV airings. Now for Puppy Love, which contains the episodes T-Bone, Dog About Town, Clifford's Big Heart, Mimi's Back in Town, and The Best Gift, I decided to choose the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by an interesting error in the PBS Kids ID. You want to know what that is? It would have the 1999 PBS Kids ID where Dot the Girl runs up to the screen, but with the 1999 Dash ID's audio playing over it. And, well, to answer that question about the audio error for Puppy Love, it's the Dot ID with Dash audio. And the reason why I chose Dash transformation for Clifford's fluffiest friend Cleo, like I tried to tell you before, was because in Clifford's fluffiest friend Cleo, at the very end of the episode, Clifford, Cleo, and T-Bone go swimming. Oh. I sent a link to my stream, and the JP Empire can join if he wants, but he doesn't have to join if he doesn't want to. And then for Clifford's Big Halloween VHS right here, which contains Boo, Clifford's Carnival, Leave of Absence, and Comeback Mac, I chose the VHS of Clifford's Big Halloween to have the Season 1 funding of Charlie's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids Dash Transformation ID from 2000. Because television airings of Comeback Mac and Boo, when they were paired up with each other on television, it would have the Dash Transformation ID on television airings. Well, HuskyDog88, it looks like the JP Empire might be doing a stream right now as we speak, so you're welcome to come back with us when the stream is done. All right. Could you please let me know when you can come back to the stream after the JP Empires is done? Okay. And for Go T-Bone, which contains the episodes Doing the Right Thing, Tough Enough, Ears Have It, and Saturday Morning, I would choose the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids dot transformation ID. Because I believe television airings of Stars in Your Eyes, when it was paired up with Tough Enough, I believe used dot transformation. Hold on. Before I continue to stream, I just am going to let I'm just going to wish HuskyDog88 good luck on Empire stream. All right. Here we go.
What do they do now? A whole bunch of spamming and other bad stuff. Now you're gonna get arrested.
Okay. Just writing in some comments for the JP Empire stream. And Barney would better behave or else he's grounded.
We'll never get to it. It's some shit, Pepper. Oh, Pepper, he's already grounded. Yeah, he's already grounded. What did I do? Left and more chosen.
All right. And anyway, that was for Go T-Bone. Now for King Clifford, I would choose the PBS Kids dot transformation ID. For King Clifford, which contains the episodes Clifford the Pirate King, Princess Cleo, King Mac, and Flood of Imagination, I would have that VHS use the Season 2 funding with Cleo's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids dot transformation ID from 2000. Yes, this stream is live. Now, for King Clifford, containing Clifford the Pirate King, Princess Cleo, King Mac, and Flood of Imagination, I would have the VHS use the Clifford the Big Red Dog Season 2 funding with Cleo's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids dot transformation ID from 2000 because remember in the stream we're supposed to keep the questions on topic. Alright. But yes, I am. Now anyway, for King Clifford, which contains Clifford the Pirate King, Princess Cleo, King Mac, and Flood of Imagination, I would have the Season 2 funding with Cleo's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids dot transformation ID from 2000 because in Flood of Imagination, Clifford says anything could happen in your imagination, and that's what happened in Dot's imagination in the dot transformation ID. So that's why I chose dot transformation for King Clifford. Now for Be My Big Red Valentine, containing the episodes Cleo's Valentine Surprise, Big Hearted T-Bone, Wedding Bell Blues, and Special T-Bone, I would imagine the VHS of Be My Big Red Valentine using the Season 2 funding with Cleo's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids Snow Globe ID, where Dash ice skates in an ice rink and then stops ice skating when he feels the ground shake, and then the camera reveals to have Dash inside a snow globe, which Dot the girl holds, and Dot has powdery blue skin in the snow globe ID. Because Cleo's Valentine well, hi HuskyDog88, how are you doing? Well, I thought the JP Empire is still doing his stream. Here, would you mind if I go over those VHS releases again, and this time tell you all of them, just in case you missed some of them? And would you like to give your own thoughts on the PBS Kids ID for the Clifford releases, since I gave mine? If I show them again? Or do you want me to give my thoughts again? Okay. Now, please pay attention as I go over the PBS Kids IDs, which I think would be the most suitable for the VHS and DVD releases of Clifford. First, we're going to start with Here Comes Clifford, which would contain the episodes Little Clifford, Welcome to Birdwell Island, Cleo Comes to Town, and A Fairy Tale. And this and Clifford's Best Friends used the Clifford the Big Red Dog logo with the blue rectangle with those connected rectangular lines reading Clifford the Big Red Dog right there. Now, the PBS Kids, the funding and the PBS Kids logos that I would choose for Here Comes Clifford. For Here Comes Clifford, I would choose the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover, being followed by the PBS Kids Dot Transformation ID from 2000, where Dot transforms into a tiger, octopus, and astronaut, because television airings of Little Clifford, when it was paired up with Welcome to Birdwell Island, used the Dot Transformation ID on the original television airings of those episodes. Alright. Now, what are your thoughts and your opinions on the logo that I chose for Here Comes Clifford? Alright. Now for Clifford's Best Friends, which contains the episodes My Best Friend, False Friends, A New Friend, and A Dog Who Cried Woof. For the VHS release of Clifford's Best Friends, I would have Clifford's Best Friends use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover, being followed by the PBS Kids Dash Transformation ID, where Dash transforms into a caveman, scuba diver, and robot, because television airings of The Dog Who Cried Woof, when it was paired up with Doing the Right Thing, used the Dash Transformation ID on the television airings. Now, what are your thoughts on Clifford's Best Friends compared to Here Comes Clifford? Now on to Fun with Clifford VHS release. This one is a Kix exclusive VHS release. This would contain the episodes Limelight Fright and Special Delivery. Yeah, why would you choose the 1999-Thinking logo for Here Comes Clifford? Because, you know, my thought was, we all have different thoughts and opinions, and we like to create in our own special ways. So you create your own way, and I create mine. Yes, it did. Because, in my opinion, Clifford's best... Because I would have Clifford's Best Friends use Dash Transformation, because television airings of The Dog Who Cried Woof, which was paired up with Doing the Right Thing, used the Dash Transformation ID. On the other, because television airings of Doing the Right Thing when it was paired up with the dog who cried wolf, used dash transformation. But what about your thoughts and opinions on Here Comes Clifford, on the other hand? And what PBS Kids logo would you choose for Here Comes Clifford? For me, I chose dot transformation for Here Comes Clifford because Welcome to Birdwell Island and Little Clifford were paired up with each other on TV airings, and these episodes used dot transformation. Now, for Fun with Clifford, which contains Limelight Fright and Special Delivery, I would have the VHS of Fun with Clifford use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover. I would use the PBS Kids. I would use, for the VHS of Fun with Clifford, I would have the VHS of Fun with Clifford use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids dot transformation ID. Because television airings of Limelight Fright, when it was paired up with circus stars, used the dot transformation ID. Now, what would you choose? What PBS Kids ID would you choose for Fun with Clifford, HuskyDog88? And I was also asking you which one you would like for Here Comes Clifford, HuskyDog88 as well. Alright, now for Clifford Tries His Best, which is the first release to use the Clifford the Big Red Dog logo with the bone logo. With the white bone. Which contains the episodes Dog Park, The Big Sleepover, and Birdie Makes Free, and Clifford's Doggy Reunion. For the VHS, I would choose the VHS of Clifford Tries His Best to use. I would have the VHS of Clifford Tries His Best use the Season 1 funding of Charlie's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids dot transformation ID. For Clifford Tries His Best, I would have Clifford Tries His Best use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids dot transformation bumper from 2000. Because dot transformation was the most common PBS Kids ID used for the show, and I believe television airings of Mac's Secret Dog Club, when it was paired up with the Dog Park, used dot transformation as well, I believe. Now, which PBS Kids ID would you choose for Clifford Tries His Best? I chose dot transformation for Clifford Tries His Best. What about you? Which one would you pick? Oh, okay. You choose the dot running ID. You chose the dot running ID because in the dog park, Clifford runs towards Mr. Bleakman. Now, one question is, why would you choose dash transformation for Fun with Clifford? And why would you choose the dash thinking ID for Here Comes Clifford? Okay. Well, that's understandable. Now, we're going to go into Clifford's Schoolhouse, which contains the episode Teacher's Pet, Nobody's Perfect, Clifford and the Beanstalk, and Get Well. Now, originally, I was going to have the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover with the Dash Transformation ID from 2000 for Clifford's Schoolhouse, until I discovered that television airings of Get Well, when it was paired up with New Dog in Town, the television airings of New Dog in Town and Get Well actually used the 1999 PBS Kids ID where Dash the Boy thinks about something. So that is why I decided to update it. And that's why I decided to have Clifford's Schoolhouse use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the 1999 PBS Kids ID where Dash the Boy thinks about something. Which fits because in the episode Get Well, Clifford, Cleo, and T-Bone think about what to give Emily Elizabeth when Emily Elizabeth recovers from a cold. Which PBS Kids ID would you choose for Clifford's Schoolhouse, HuskyDog88? Okay, so you agree with me for the Dash ID for Clifford Schoolhouse. That's pretty cool. Now for Clifford Saves the Day, the very first Clifford VHS to use the Clifford Comic Sans MS font used for the show on the front cover, replacing the drawing chalk letters that were used in the earlier releases. Now, originally I was going to choose Dot Transformation because Stormy Weather was paired up with a new friend and that had Dot Transformation. Islander of the Year was paired up with Teacher's Pet and those episodes used Dot Transformation. Circus Stars was paired up with Limelight Fright and those episodes used Dot Transformation. But Clifford on Parade, when it was paired up with Follow the Leader, used the 1999 PBS Kids ID where Dot the Girl runs up to the screen. So I decided to update it, and I updated it, and I would have the VHS of Clifford Saves the Day use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the 1999 PBS Kids ID where Dot the Girl runs up to the screen, mostly because Clifford on Parade and Follow the Leader, when they aired on television, used the Dot ID from 1999 where she ran up to the screen, and because in Clifford... And because Clifford on Parade has people march in the parade, and marching is like running, and you can both march and run with your feet. And that's why I chose the Dot ID for Clifford Saves the Day, the Dot ID from 1999. Now, which PBS Kids logo would you choose for Clifford Saves the Day, HuskyDog88? I would have the logo be the same as it was when it was season 1, because oh, okay. So, did you also like my decision where I chose the .id for Clifford Saves the Day? Because in Clifford on Parade, they march in a parade, and marching is like running, and you could do that with your feet. Alright, now for Clifford's fluffiest friend Cleo, which contains Fluffed Up Cleo, Cleo's Fair Share, Friends Morning, Noon, and Night, and Two's Company. I would have the VHS of Clifford's fluffiest friend Cleo use the season 1 funding of Charlie's voiceover, being followed by the PBS Kids Dash Transformation ID from 2000. Because in Fluffed Up Cleo, at the very end of the episode Fluffed Up Cleo, Clifford, Cleo, and T-Bone start to go swimming. Now, which PBS Kids ID would you choose? Now, which PBS Kids ID would you choose for Clifford's fluffiest friend Cleo, HuskyDog88, even though I chose Dash Transformation for it? Sure, that would work. But what did you think of my decision of Clifford's fluffiest friend Cleo using Dash Transformation, because Clifford, Cleo, and T-Bone go swimming at the very end of Fluffed Up Cleo? Alright, that would work. But I'm still going to use Dash Transformation for my version, though. Yeah, thanks for the suggestion. But I thought Dash Transformation was perfect for me because Dash swims like a scuba diver when he turns into one, like when Clifford, Cleo, and T-Bone go swimming. Or start to go swimming. But maybe there can be... What if there was a 2009 DVD reprint of Clifford Saves the Day where it showed all 8 episodes using the .id after the season 1 funding of Charlie's voiceover? On the other hand, how would you like that? Where it played the episodes from Clifford Saves the Day first, and then Clifford's fluffiest friend Cleo would play after this, and it would play all 8 episodes. what did you think of the fan-made 2009 DVD that I started coming up with for you after I saw your comment that I'd used the .id for Clifford's fluffiest friend Cleo? I would still keep the 2001 VHS of Clifford's fluffiest friend Cleo using dash transformation, just like the 2001 DVD where it only plays 4 episodes at a time. Though. Because the 2001 VHS of Clifford's fluffiest friend Cleo and the DVD counterpart where it plays 4 episodes at a time would use dash transformation for Clifford's fluffiest friend Cleo, but the 2009 DVD playing all 8 episodes would use the dot running ID. And we came up with that. And also, now we're going to move on to Happy Birthday Clifford, even though I don't have it on VHS yet. Now for Happy Birthday Clifford, it contains the episodes The Best Party Ever, Clifford's Big Surprise, Potluck Party Pooper, and The Best Party, and It's My Party. Now, I would have the VHS version of Happy Birthday Clifford use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids Dash Transformation ID from 2000. Mostly because television airings of The Best Party Ever, when it was paired up with To Catch a Bird, used Dash Transformation, and because there's a water slide used to go swimming, and they swim in the water in one point in that episode. Now, what PBS Kids ID would you choose for Happy Birthday Clifford? HuskyDog88. Okay. You're gonna have to go with your idea. Your idea. That's cool with me. And now for Puppy Love, which contains the episodes T-Bone, Dog About Town, Clifford's Big Heart, Mimi's Back in Town, and The Best Gift, I would have the VHS of Puppy Love use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover, being followed by a pretty interesting audio logo and audio combination. It would have, for Puppy Love, I would have the PBS Kids ID from 1999 where Dot runs up to the screen, but with the Dash ID's audio. Because I believe Mimi's Back in Town and Forgive and Forget used it on television airings. Now, which PBS Kids ID would you choose for Puppy Love? Even though mine would use the Dot ID with Dash audio. For Puppy Love, it was T-Bone, Dog About Town, Clifford's Big Heart, Mimi's Back in Town, and The Best Gift. So I would have the Dot ID with Dash audio for my version of Puppy Love. Sure, you chose the Dash Thinking ID with correct audio, but what were your thoughts on my on how I chose for my version of Puppy Love using the .id with dash audio. Okay. If you want to use the dash ID with correct audio for Puppy Love, you can go right ahead. But mine would have dot with dash audio. If we could make it into different ways which we wanted it. Alright, then this next one is pretty interesting. Clifford's Big Halloween. This VHS of Clifford's Big Halloween would have the episodes Boo, Clifford's Carnival, Leaf of Absence, and Come Back Mac. Now, I would have the VHS of Clifford's Big Halloween use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids Dash Transformation ID from 2000. You know why I chose Dash Transformation for Clifford's Big Halloween? It's because television airings of Come Back Mac and Boo, when they were paired up, used the Dash Transformation ID. Not only that, they were dressed into some costumes, and you can be in costumes in Halloween. Now, what PBS Kids ID would you choose for Clifford's Big Halloween? Would you choose the same one? Or would you choose something more fitting for Halloween? Because in Halloween, they do a lot of running. Now, which one would you choose? For me, I choose Dash Transformation. Yeah, so in that way, didn't you actually see the Dash Transformation ID, HuskyDog88, when you saw the episodes Blanket Blues and Dino Clifford? Alright. Now, moving on to Go T-Bone. Now, Go T-Bone would have the episodes Doing the Right Thing, Tough Enough, The Ears Have It, and for Saturday morning. And for me, I would have the VHS of Go T-Bone use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover with the PBS Kids Dot Transformation ID from 2000, because I believe television airings of Tough Enough, when it was paired up with Stars in Your Eyes, used Dot Transformation, I believe. Now, which PBS Kids logo would you choose for the VHS of Go T-Bone, HuskyDog88? Okay. That would work. Okay. Now we're going to go on to King Clifford, which contains the episodes Clifford the Pirate King, Princess Cleo, King Mac, and Flood of Imagination. Now, if this included the funding, this would be the first Clifford VHS release to use the Season 2 funding with Cleo's voiceover. Now, I would have the VHS of King Clifford use the Season 2 funding with Cleo's voiceover, being followed by the PBS Kids dot transformation ID from 2000. You know why? Because in Flood of Imagination, Clifford says anything could happen in your imagination. Not only that, Clifford drives a purple poodle dragster, and Dot is the same color as the dragster in Flood of Imagination. And plus, Dot imagined herself as a tiger, octopus, and astronaut. What PBS Kids ident would you choose for King Clifford? For me, I chose Dot transformation because of the purple poodle dragster and Flood of Imagination. Yeah, you choose Dash Thinking, so that would be a great idea. But what did you think of my idea of King Clifford using Dot transformation because of Clifford saying anything can happen in your imagination, plus him driving a purple poodle dragster? Alright, you could use the Dash ID, I'd go with Dot transformation. We come up with different plans. Now, here's something that would be pretty interesting about this next one. Be My Big Red Valentine, which contains the episodes Cleo's Valentine Surprise, Big Hearted T-Bone, Wedding Bell Blues, and Special T-Bone. Now, I would have the VHS of Be My Big Red Valentine use the PBS Kids Snow Globe ID from 2002, where Dash ice skates in a snow globe, or ice skates in an ice rink, feels the ground shake, and then the camera reveals that he is inside a snow globe with which Dot, the girl, holds, and she has powdery blue skin in that bumper. Because I remember you told me, HuskyDog88, that you actually saw the Snow Globe ID when Big Hearted T-Bone and Cleo's Valentine Surprise were paired up with each other. That's why I chose the Snow Globe ID for Be My Big Red Valentine. Now, HuskyDog88, what PBS Kids ID would you choose for Be My Big Red Valentine? And Jeremy Barton, how did you know that Another Fine Mess and King Mac used the Dash transformation ID? believe so. Okay, you choose Dash. But what did you think of my idea of Be My Big Red Valentine using Snow Globe, in my opinion? Well, because I remember you told me you saw the TV airings of Big Hearted T-Bone and Cleo's Valentine Surprise used the Snow Globe ID. In fact, I thought of it up even before you told me about it. When I started making those fan-made Clifford releases with those PBS Kids logos, I chose Snow Globe for Be My Big Red Valentine. In fact, HuskyDog88, I even thought of Be My Big Red Valentine using the Snow Globe ID even before you told me that you saw that ID on TV airings of Big Hearted T-Bone and Cleo's Valentine Surprise. Alright. Next up, we're going to move on to Look Out Clifford. Containing, this one goes back to using Season 1 episodes, all 4 of them from Season 1. And this contains Clifford's Charm School, Best Paw Forward, Clifford's Hiccups, and an Itchy Patch. Now, I would have the VHS of Look Out Clifford use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the 1999 PBS Kids ID where Dot the Girl runs up to the screen, mostly because television airings of Clifford's Charm School, when it was paired up with Topsy Turvy Day, originally used the Dot ID. Now, what PBS Kids ID would you choose for Look Out Clifford, HuskyDog88? Okay. Next up, we're going to go over Big Fun in the Sun, which contains the episodes Camping It Up, Hooray for Cleo, Home is Where the Fun Is, and Lights Out. Now, I would have the VHS of Big Fun in the Sun use the Season 2 funding with Cleo's voiceover being followed by the 2000 PBS Kids Dash Transformation ID. Because in Camping It Up, in certain scenes of Camping It Up, Emily Elizabeth and friends go swimming. Now, what PBS Kids ID would you choose for Big Fun in the Sun? I chose the Dash Transformation ID because of the kids going swimming at one point in Camping It Up. With Cleo's voiceover before it. Camping It Up, Hooray for Cleo, Home is Where the Fun Is, and Lights Out. And like I told you before, I would have the VHS of Big Fun in the Sun use the Season 2 funding with Cleo's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids Dash Transformation ID from 2000, because in Camping It Up, at one point in the episode Camping It Up, the Emily, Elizabeth, and friends would go swimming at one point in Camping It Up. Now, what PBS Kids ID would you choose for Big Fun in the Sun? In my opinion, I'd have Dash Transformation for it. All right. Now, here's this next one. Rock and Roll Clifford. And this would contain the episodes Doghouse Rock, Fan Mail, Stage Struck, and Embarrassing Moments. Now, I would have Rock and Roll Clifford. I originally had Rock and Roll Clifford used to Season 2 funding with Cleo's voiceover using the Fishbowl ID from 2002, but I decided to change it, and now I decided that Rock and Roll Clifford would use the Season 2 funding with Cleo's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids Dot Transformation ID from 2000, because I remember a long time ago seeing a video on YouTube that is not there anymore that showed the end credits to Fan Mail and Hooray for Cleo and using the Dot Transformation ID at the end. Now, what PBS Kids ID would you choose for Rock and Roll Clifford? HuskyDog88. Well, here's a good one you could come up with, HuskyDog88. How about you can use the Dash ID from 1999, because in Stage Struck, Mary has to think about what she can do to overcome her stage fright from the piano. That's something you could probably use for Rock and Roll Clifford. Okay. Just in case you didn't know, HuskyDog88, I thought of one you could use for Rock and Roll Clifford, and I thought maybe you could use the Dash ID from 1999, since Mary has to think about ways to overcome her stage fright. Now moving on to Team Clifford. And I believe television airings of Stage Struck, when it was paired with Tie-Dyed Clifford, used a Dash ID from 1999 as well. Now for Team Clifford, the episodes would be The Great Race, Shortchanged, Basketball Stories, and Lucky Charm. Now for Team Clifford, I originally was going to choose the Fishbowl ID, but that didn't really make any sense, so I changed it. And now I would have the VHS of Team Clifford use the season 2 funding of Cleo's voiceover, being followed by the PBS Kids ID from 1999, where Dot the Girl runs up to the screen, because of the fact that yeah, I would choose the 1999 Dot logo for Team Clifford as well, because the dogs have a race in the Great Race, and not to mention, they run when they are trying to, not to mention, the basketball team runs when they're playing basketball, and skating is like running. So for me, I would choose the Dot transfer. For me, I would choose the Dot ID from 1999, where she runs up to the screen for Team Clifford. What about you, HuskyDog88? Oh, I know. You told me the Dot running logo for the race. Guess what, buddy? I'm going to have to agree with you on that. I'd also choose the Dot ID. Okay, you could use the Snow Globe ID for the skating. Well, if you want, I would choose the Dot ID. I chose the Dot ID for King Clifford because the basketball team runs up and stuff in Basketball Stories, not to mention the dogs have a race. Now, what did you think of my idea of Team Clifford using the Dot ID from 1999, mostly because of the basketball players having that race? Hey, nice to see you. Uh-oh. Bot alert! Bot alert! The bot is blocked. Well, HuskyDog88, I like how you chose the Snow Globe ID for skating. But what did you think of my idea, on the other hand, for Team Clifford using the Dot ID from 1999 because of the basketball players running up when they're playing basketball, plus the dogs having a race in the Great Race? Alright, next up I have the VHS of Everyone Loves Clifford. Now the VHS would have Jetta's Tall Tale, Everyone Loves Clifford, Clifford grows up in cyber puppy problems. Welcome to the Doghouse is only on the DVD release, but not on the VHS version. Now, for Everyone Loves Clifford, I would have the VHS of Everyone Loves Clifford use the Season 2 funding with Cleo's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids ID from 1999, where Dash the Boy thinks about something. Because because in Everyone Loves Clifford, Emily Elizabeth has to think of ways to scratch Clifford's favorite spot without causing property damage from Birdwell Island. What do you think of that idea, HuskyDog88? And what PBS Kids ID would you choose for Everyone Loves Clifford, HuskyDog88? Me, I would choose the Dash Thinking ID from 1999. Well, I have an idea. You could use the Dash Transformation ID for Everyone Loves Clifford because one episode, Jenna gets a toy robot named Cybo and Cyber Puppy Problems. Did you like that I was like trying to help you come up with an idea you could use for Everyone Loves Clifford, HuskyDog88? I would choose the Dash ID because Emily would have to think of multiple ways to scratch Clifford on his favorite spot without causing property damage to Birdwell Island. What did you think of my idea, HuskyDog88, for Everyone Loves Clifford? Alright, HuskyDog88. Now on to the next one. For good for you, HuskyDog88. You chose the Dash ID, like me. That's pretty cool. Now, HuskyDog88, we're going to go into Good Friends, Good Times, which contains the episodes of Friend in Need, Stinky Friends, Jetta's Friend, and Friends Forever on the VHS release, while Forgive and Forget is on the DVD. Now, I originally was going to use the dot ID from 1999 for Good Friends, Good Times, but I decided something else now. Now I would have the VHS of Good Friends, Good Times. Well, there are some Clifford episodes I know had the Dash Transformation ID sound check, and they are Doing the Right Thing, The Dog Who Cried Woof, Come Back Mac, Boo, To Catch a Bird, and The Best Party Ever. These episodes use the Dash Transformation ID that I know of, as I was looking at the Internet Archive from 2001. Now, for Good Friends, Good Times, I was originally going to use the 1999 dot ID, but then I decided to change it. And now I would have the VHS of Good Friends. Alright, the episodes for Good Friends, Good Times are A Friend in Need, Stinky Friends, Jetta's Friend, and Friends Forever on the VHS. Now, for me, I originally chose the dot ID, but now I decided that Good Friends, Good Times would use the season 2 funding with Cleo's voiceover, being followed by the 2002 PBS Kids Fishbowl ID, where Dash looks into a fishbowl, imagines himself as an orange goldfish, and then gets eaten by Dot. And I chose this because not only do television airings of Stinky Friends and He's Wonderful Mr. Bleakman end with the fishbowl logo, but in the episode Stinky Friends at the very end, all the dogs get a nice bath. And bath has a lot of bubbles in it. And there are bubbles at the end of the Fishbowl ID and throughout the Fishbowl ID. Now, what PBS Kids ID would you choose for Good Friends, Good Times, HuskyDog88? Okay, now HuskyDog88, which one would you choose for the PBS Kids ident for Good Friends, Good Times? Well, in Friends Forever, Clifford is real. T-Bone is not really happy. In Friends Forever, T-Bone is not really happy that his friend Hamburger is far away from him. And in Friends Forever, they run at the very end of the logo out of the screen. In The Friend in Need, Jenna convinces she doesn't need help, but then later on, in fact, she does. And for Jenna's friend, Jenna really wants to do everything off of the list of things for the schedule, but it doesn't go according to plan. Okay. And what did you think of my idea for Good Friends, Good Times using the Fishbowl ID? Because in the episode Stinky Friends, at the very end, they all get a bubble bath and fish can blow bubbles sometimes. All right. On to Doggy Detectives. And it would contain the Kibble Crook, Doggy Detectives, Who Moved My Bone, To Catch a Bird, Mac's Secret Dog Club, The Truth About Dogs and Cats, Goodbye T-Bone, and Magic in the Air. Now, I would have Doggy Detectives DVD use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids Dot Transformation ID. Because I believe the Kibble Crook, when it was paired up with Screaming for Ice Cream, used Dot Transformation as well. Now, which PBS Kids ID would you choose for Doggy Detectives? Now, what episode was that? for when Clifford was running back and forth relaying messages from both. Yeah, that would work. That was Who Moved My Bone. Next up, we're going to go into the new Baby on the Block, which would have the episodes Baby Makes 4, A Job Well Read, Who Me Jealous, A Bunny in a Haystack, Babysitter Blues, He's Wonderful Mr. Bleakman, Getting to Know You, and No Babs for Cleo. Here's the catch. Baby Makes 4 uses the Dash ID on TV airings when it was paired up with Clifford Cleans His Room, but Who Me Jealous and A Bunny in a Haystack used the 1999 dot ID on those TV airings for Who Me Jealous and A Bunny in a Haystack. Now I would have, for me, I would have the season 1 funding of, for me, my version of the new Baby on the Block, for my version of the new Baby on the Block, I would have the season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the 1999 PBS Kids ID where Dash the Boy thinks about something. And the reason why I chose the Dash ID for the new Baby on the Block is because in Baby Makes 4, at one point in the episode, Jeddah has to think about her actions for disrupting baby Cosmo while he was asleep. What did you think of my idea for a new Baby on the Block using the Dash ID because of Jeddah having to think about her actions from disturbing baby Cosmo in his sleep? Oh, what does it actually mean? That's a bit of a stretch mean. And, alright. That was New Baby on the Block. Now, the next one. Well, yeah. But if the fishbowl logo was used, then the Season 2 funding would have to be used, because the Season 1 funding was never followed by the fishbowl ID. My version would have the Season 1 funding and the Dash ID, because in Baby Makes 4, Jeddah had to think about her actions, because she disturbed baby Cosmo in his sleep. And Jeddah had to think about what she'd done. Alright. Here we go. Next up is Growing Up with Clifford. And this would contain Blanket Blues, Dog for a Day, Food for Thought, Nothing to Fur But Fur Itself, When I Grow Up, Another Fine Mess, Fishing Lessons, and Baz Goes Down the Tubes. Now for me, I would have the DVD of Growing Up with Clifford use the Season 2 funding with Cleo's voiceover, being followed by the PBS Kids Fishbowl ID from 2002. Because I believe television airings of Fishing Lessons and No Baths for Cleo used the Fishbowl ID. And on top of that, Charlie gives Emily Elizabeth a fishing lesson in the episode Fishing Lessons. Or at least wants to, but then keeps putting it off. What about you, HuskyDog88? Which ones would you pick for Growing Up with Clifford? Blanket Blues, Dog for a Day, Food for Thought, Nothing to Fur But Fur Itself, When I Grow Up, Another Fine Mess, Fishing Lessons, and Baz Goes Down the Tubes. I chose Fishbowl because one of the episodes, Emily Elizabeth wants to go fishing with Charlie, but Charlie keeps putting it off. Now, which PBS Kids ID would you choose for Growing Up with Clifford? Ooh, that's a good choice. This next one is what we're going to imagine. Clifford's Big Halloween DVD from 2006, which would contain the episodes Boo, Clifford's Carnival, Leaf of Absence, Come Back Mac, A New Dog in Town, Dino Clifford, Not Now I'm Busy, and The Trouble with Kittens. Now for me, I would have the PBS Kids. For me, I would have the DVD of Clifford's Big Halloween to use the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover, being followed by the PBS Kids Dash Transformation ID from 2000, just like the VHS. What about you, HuskyDog88? I know you picked Dash Transformation for the VHS. Would you like it to be the same as... Would you like the DVD to use the same Dash Transformation ID, just like the VHS, just like I did? I know The Trouble with Kittens, when it was paired up with A Big Help, used dot transformation with snow globe audio. But I chose Dash Transformation for the DVD of Clifford's Big Halloween on DVD, just like the VHS. Because, like before, Come Back Mac and Boo, when they were paired up with each other, used Dash Transformation as well, so that would work. All right. Next, we're going to move on to Doghouse Adventures, which would have Clifford Cleans His Room, Doggy Gardens, Screaming for Ice Cream, Jettis Project, Then Came Bob, Cloves Don't Make the Dog, Limelight Fright, Clifford's Cookie Craving, and Guess Who's Coming to Birdwell. For me, I would have the DVD of Doghouse Adventures used the Season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids dot transformation ID, because I know for a fact that TV airings of Limelight Fright, which was paired up with Circus Stars, used the dot transformation ID when those episodes originally aired. Now, which PBS Kids ID would you choose for Doghouse Adventures? HuskyDog88. Surprisingly, it was The Rabbit Hops Off. In A Bunny in a Haystack, and they go looking for that rabbit. Now, HuskyDog88, what PBS Kids logos would you choose for Doghouse Adventures? I chose Dot Transformation. Well, in Screaming for Ice Cream, they make a big mess on the ground. Limelight Fright, Cleo overcomes her stage fright. Doggy Garden, they make their own garden. Guess Who's Coming to Birdwell? They meet a new dog named Oscar. Jettis Project, Jetta comes up with a project to build a lighthouse. Clifford cleans his room. Clifford has to clean his room. Obviously, his doghouse. That would work. Next up is Playtime with Clifford. I'm going to go over the episodes. You know, like, there's Tummy Trouble. Cleo gets a cone. Tie-dyed Clifford. Team Spirit. Follow the Leader. Topsy-Turvy Day. That's Snow Lie. Led Astray. Stars in Your Eyes. And Fairweather Friend. Now, I would have the DVD of Playtime with Clifford. Used the 2000 used the season 1 funding with Charlie's voiceover being followed by the PBS Kids dot transformation ID from 2000. Because I believe television airings of Stars in Your Eyes, when it was paired up with Tough Enough, used dot transformation. I know that Snow Lie is also on there, but which PBS Kids logo would you choose for Playtime of Clifford HuskyDog88? I would have the season 1 funding with the dot transformation ID on here. That would work, HuskyDog88. Alright, A Big Help. Last one we'll imagine. And this would have 5 episodes. Mr. Bleakman's Special Day, Little Big Pup, Big Fetch, Captain Birdwell's Treasure, and The Big Help. I would have the DVD of A Big Help. Used the season 2 funding with Cleo's voiceover, being followed by the 2000 PBS Kids dot transformation ID with an interesting audio error. The dot transformation ID with the Snow Globe logo's audio, because television airings of A Big Help, when it was paired up with A Trouble with Kittens, used that audio error. Well, A Big Help, Cleo and T-Bone have to rescue the kittens. Mr. Bleakman's Special Day, they try to make Mr. Bleakman really happy. Little Big Pup, they meet a new dog named Frankie. Captain Birdwell's Treasure, they discover Captain Birdwell's lost trunk. And Big Fetch, they help out with the newspaper and recycling and stuff. I would have the dot transformation ID with the Snow Globe logo's audio for the DVD of A Big Help with the season 2 funding. Now, which one would you choose for A Big Help? Oh, that's just a pimple. It's no big deal. All right. Yeah, we know Dash's eye is in the beginning of the Dash ID. Now, we're going to move on to the topic of Season 3 plots of Clifford the Big Red Dog. You ready? All right. We're going to start with the first episode of Season 3. Which is a pairing of the episodes Goodbye Jetta and Wish for a Fish. It would air on May 5th, 2003. Now, I thought of the plot for Goodbye Jetta. Jetta has to move away and get out of Birdwell Island to go to Sun Fun Island. Jetta is afraid that she's going to hurt her back if she keeps carrying Mac. And there's an accessible dog door for Mac in Sun Fun Island. And plus, Mac would lose weight in that episode. And when Miss Carrington announces what's happening about Jetta leaving Birdwell Island, Clifford, Emily Elizabeth, and Charlie and Baz, they all become really depressed because they used to be with Jetta a lot, and it's just not the same without her anymore. And then, at one point in the episode, Clifford tells them a really shocking secret. You want to know what it is? Well, yeah. Well, we know he can talk to the people. But you want to know why Clifford shows why Clifford is telling the secret now instead of the past? Because he felt confident enough to tell them. And also, Clifford tells them the secret, and he says that he is sorry he did not talk to people in the past. But the reason why Clifford only barked at people in the past, Clifford and the other dogs, the reason why Clifford and the other dogs were only barking at people in the past while only talking to the other dogs was because he was afraid that people would freak out by Clifford speaking. And he was afraid that the humans would not love the dogs anymore, and that the humans would run away from them if Clifford was talking to them. That's why he wasn't talking to humans in the first 2 seasons. Didn't that seem to make any sense? He was afraid that people would freak out. And get this. Get this. Jetta has a really weird reaction when when she hears Clifford actually talking to her. You know what she does? You know what reaction she gets? She gets the same fainting reaction, which was when Jetta met Courtney Amber. And she's like, am I dreaming? I take it back. I'm not dreaming. And then she faints because she never expected to hear Clifford talk. What were your thoughts on that? Of Jetta's reaction to Clifford's voice? You know, like, and Jetta would be like, pinch me, I must be dreaming. And what did you think of Jetta using that same fainting reaction in Goodbye Jetta when Jetta heard Clifford's voice? Kind of like after Courtney Amber spoke to her. And then let's imagine that after Jetta faints, Steven is like, Jetta, are you okay? Speak to me! I was going to, but I did UK dubs because I thought Michelangelo's Clifford voice for the UK of season 3 would work really well as well in the UK. I tried that a couple of times. It didn't really work. But I might try one more time next year, though. Like, in January. Because I followed the steps carefully, but in the tutorial, but that could possibly work. But it requires, like 60 samples or more to get a more accurate synthesized voice. That probably wouldn't be enough. It would be like 4 or 5 samples. and I tried recording John Ritter audio clips from the Clifford games, like musical memory games and Clifford learning activities from 2001. For the first time, and then the second time I tried it, I tried using John Ritter's voice from the Keynote Storytime episode, and that didn't really work. And then and what were your thoughts on Steven being really scared and like, Jetta, are you okay? Speak to me, after Jetta faints in Goodbye, Jetta. Alright. And then later on in the episode, after Jetta drives away, Miss Carrington makes an announcement that Jetta has moved away, and this causes Clifford and Emily to burst into tears. Because Emily explains that she's sad because Jetta's moved away, and it says that she'll never see him again. And then Emily says, but on the bright side, she's kind of done with Jetta. Because she could be pretty snobby sometimes, and then Miss Carrington makes a point that Jetta can be rude and self-centered sometimes. And then makes a statement saying, good riddance. And how would you like that episode to be similarly plotted, kind of like the episode Wedding Bell Blues, whereas when Jetta moves away and when Steven moves into Birdwell Island, Emily Elizabeth is worried that that her cousin Steven would be just as mean as Jetta because of the same genetics that Steven and Jetta have, that they're both Italian. And then Clifford is like, Emily, please stop judging somebody until you already meet them. I know they're the same genetics, but who knows? They might not, but who knows? He might be a really nice person. I'd like to see you try to talk to him for once. What were your thoughts on Clifford's advice? What were your thoughts on Clifford's advice with Clifford telling Emily to stop judging people until you meet them? It says, there is not a true explanation to this habit, but the well-known flair we Italian have for expressing our own opinion, always and at all costs. All those things have given Italians the wrongful fame of being quite rude and impolite, as well as having helped the idea that we are the most loudest of all Europeans. I looked it up after seeing your comment. Turns out they sometimes can be, as well as being the most loudest of all Europeans. And how would you like Clifford to use the same tone of voice at Cleo and T-Bone from Who Moved My Bone, except to Emily Elizabeth, like, Emily, please stop judging people. You might really hurt their feelings. Why not have the episode... What did you think of Clifford using that same tone of voice he used at Clifford and T-Bone in Who Moved My Bone, except to Emily Elizabeth in Goodbye Jedi? He's like, Emily, stop judging. In fact, it's the same tone of voice when he's like, Cleo, I thought you and T-Bone were good friends, but if a silly old bone could make you so mad at each other, then maybe you're not such good friends after all. In other words, Clifford isn't really happy, but he's not really angry either. He's just disappointed. Oh, and why not have Goodbye Jetta have a flashback of Wedding Bell Blues as well? Let's imagine that this took place when Mrs. Carrington had to go back because Mrs. Grumbly had to visit her family, and so they hired Mrs. Carrington to go back there. And maybe because Miss Carrington's husband has disappeared, and Miss Carrington didn't want to be lonely at the time. All right. That could work. And then, in the very last scene, Miss Carrington makes... Alright. I might, write those fan-made transcripts on let's see. I know a great website where I could write the entire script. It is this website right here. I know just the website. And then in the final scene of Goodbye Jetta, Miss Carrington makes the announcement that Jetta has moved to Sun Fun Island, causing Emily, Elizabeth, and Clifford to burst into tears. And then Emily says that she might never see Jetta again, but on the bright side, she's kind of done with Jetta because of how snobby Jetta's attitude was. And then Miss Carrington gets that good point. And then Emily Elizabeth apologizes to Stephen for thinking that he thought he would be mean like Jetta because of the same genetics that Jetta had and Stephen. And then promises that from now on, she should meet someone new in person and then decide how you feel after you get to know them. And then Clifford, Emily Elizabeth, T-Bone, Charlie, Samuel, and Clifford, and then, of course, Emily Elizabeth, Charlie, Samuel, and T-Bone would laugh. Ending the episode. Okay, what did you think of how I figured what the final scene would be like? Like of Emily Elizabeth apologizing to Stephen because she was sorry for saying that she thought Stephen would be mean like Jetta because Stephen was also Italian. Okay. Now we're going to discuss the episode Wish for a Fish. You ready to hear what I thought the plot would be about? What did you think of the link to the website I gave you to write down the whole script? You ready to hear the plot for the next episode that would be paired up with Goodbye Jetta, called Wish for a Fish? Would you like to hear the plot for that episode next? All right. So, here's what I thought of for Wish Free. And in that episode, Emily Elizabeth, Clifford, Jeffy, Stephen, Cleo, and T-Bone would go to a pet show, and Mary really wants to go to the pet show, but she doesn't have a pet, which makes Mary sad. So, Mary's mom, played by Cree Summer, asks Mary if she would like to go to the pet store to get a pet. And then Mary agrees with that. They go to the pet store, and Mary decides that she wants to have a pet goldfish. And then she names the pet goldfish Bishop. And he splashes around, and then she goes to the pet show with Bishop and her pet, just like Emily Elizabeth and her dog. And because fish and bishop have that ish sound. That would kind of rhyme. You know, like sort of rhyme, but not quite really rhyme. Bishop the fish. Oh, Goldie would be a better name for the fish. Now that I think about it, he would get a fish named Goldie. Goldie fish. Now, Goldie would not speak until episode 33 of season 3 called Use Your Imagination. And Goldie would start speaking in Use Your Imagination, and he would be voiced. Alright. Alright, Goldie is actually a female name. Goldie is actually a female name. So why not have Goldie speak in Use Your Imagination and have her being voiced by none other than, let's see, we could have her being voiced by Tara Strong. Beginning in Use Your Imagination with episode 33. Episodes before it would have Goldie being silent. Oh, I chose Tara Strong for Goldie because Tara Strong never acted in Clifford before. So I thought Tara Strong could do the voice of Goldie. And she could use the same voice type as Bubbles from the Powerpuff Girls, as she is a very young goldfish. And then, after bringing Goldie to the pet show, they show their presentations at the pet show. And then, you know, what if there was a season 3 episode where Grey Griffin was unavailable to do voices in season 3 because she was busy in a couple of episodes and couldn't really voice Emily Elizabeth because she was unavailable and busy at the time. And I know the perfect voice that could voice Emily Elizabeth while Grey Griffin would be busy a couple of times in a couple of episodes, even though most season 3 episodes would have Grey Griffin doing the voice. And that is Patricia Rodriguez, known as Sue Ellen. She kind of sounds like Emily Elizabeth. Actually, Tara Strong would voice Goldie. So what I was thinking was, when Grey Griffin would be busy, Patricia Rodriguez, who plays Sue Ellen, could play Emily Elizabeth, because she kind of sounds similar to Grey Griffin, but slightly different. She played Sue Ellen from seasons 1 through 8 of Arthur. Yes, Patricia Rodriguez could voice Emily Elizabeth in at least 3 season 3 episodes whenever Grey Griffin is unavailable, because Patricia Rodriguez sounds very similar to Grey Griffin's Emily Elizabeth voice. Now, what did you think of that idea? And then after they go to the pet show, after they go to the pet show, they then, Emily Elizabeth then tells Mary that tomorrow is show and tell, and they could bring their own pets for show and tell tomorrow as well. And then, Goldie splashes Mary in the face, along with Stephen, at the end of the episode Wish for a Fish, causing both Mary and Stephen to laugh, ending the episode. Not to mention, Vaz also has a major role in the episode Wish for a Fish. And he brings a cat. A cat that does not have a voice yet, because there was no actor yet to voice the cat at the time. Not Billy and Betty Kitten, but a different cat named Carter Cat, who would be uncredited at the time because there was no voice actor to voice Carter at the time. But later episodes, whenever Carter Cat appears, would have Kel Mitchell voice Carter Cat. He would also have an unknown Well, he does have a dog named, a spaniel named Miguel, played by Eli Gabay, and he and Carter Cat appear, assuming that Vaz both has a dog and the cat. Well, Miguel would be played by Ela Gabay. I know that much. And he would start speaking in a few episodes after this. both a spaniel named Miguel and a cat named Carter. So Vaz would be the only character that would have 2 pets instead of 1. And about Alright. Now we're going to talk about the episode Snow Day from Season 3. You want to hear it? Yeah. Well, plus the cat was uncredited in Goodbye Jetta because there was no voice actor to voice the cat at the time. He would speak beginning in episode 45 called T-Bone's New Toy. And this... Now, for the episode Snow Day, let's imagine that Clifford and Emily Elizabeth were, were about to go to school when all of a sudden this... Yeah, but the cat is uncredited in Season 1 because there was no voice of the cat at the time, so that is why the cat is uncredited in episode 1. The cat would later be credited in episode 45, which is T-Bone's New Toy. So that's why the Season 1 end credits for Goodbye Jetta and Wish for a Fish don't need to be changed at the time, because there was no actor to voice him. And he wouldn't speak until episode 45, so that's why he's uncredited in episode 1. Now, let's imagine in Snow Day that they are about to go to school, and when all of a sudden there's a big blizzard which cancels the school, so they decide to go out and make some snowballs, kind of like the episode Snowball Effect from SpongeBob SquarePants. And this would actually be later based off of the book called The Snow Dog. Which was based on
show you how I use brand.
Hi everyone.
And it's based off of the book Clifford the Snow Dog. But even though the extra scene is not shown in the book, let's imagine that the next day after this happens, we fade into the next day where it's another snow day, and then Stephen and Emily go outside, and Clifford, Cleo, and T-Bone throw snowballs, and Stephen and Emily laugh at each other, ending the episode. So what did you think of the plot for Snow Day, HuskyDog88? And some of the and the only change in the episode compared to the book is that Jeddah is replaced with Steven. Everything else would be exactly the same, like the book. What did you think of that plot idea for the episode Snow Day, which is actually based off of a book called The Snow Dogs? All right. Now, we're going into Clifford the Skiing Dog. You ready to know what the plot is? Oh, I know of one. I thought of the plot. T-Bone gets a call from Steve-Bone. No. What I meant to say was T-Bone gets a call from Steven and then asks T-Bone if Clifford would like to go skiing with Steven, T-Bone, and Cleo and stuff. And then T-Bone says, okay, I'll tell him. And then T-Bone asks Clifford if he would like to go skiing with him and Steven and Cleo. And Jeffy. And Clifford agrees and says, I'd love that. Well, maybe maybe Clifford is holding the phone next to T-Bone's ear, and Clifford is helping him. That could work. Because T-Bone is really little. And then, what season 3 episodes would have Patricia Rodriguez? Oh. It would be Emily Elizabeth that would install it in the doghouse at the very beginning of the episode, but it is installed off screen, so you can't really see it. Let's imagine this takes place after the episode Steven's phone call, though. Because Clifford gets a phone at the very end of the episode, and Emily Elizabeth plugs it in off screen, so the phone is already there in Clifford the Skiing Dog. So, the free episodes that would have Patricia Rodriguez voice Emily Elizabeth would be the episode. I'll look at the list. Clifford goes to the dentist. T-Bone's tooth problem. Actually, you know what? No. We already had Greg Griffin do Emily Elizabeth in Clifford Goes to the Dentist, but we'll think of a different episode, so we're going to do the episodes, The Perfect Score and The Free Dogs. That would be one of the episodes with Patricia Rodriguez voicing Emily Elizabeth. The other two would be Clifford's New Book and T-Bone's Amazing Birthday Party, and T-Bone's Sandcastle and Happy Birthday, Steven. These would be the only 3 episodes of Season 3 with Patricia Rodriguez voicing Emily Elizabeth. Every other episode like that would have Greg Griffin voicing Emily Elizabeth. So, Clifford would go, I love that. And then Clifford goes into Steven's house, which is actually Jetta's old house. And Clifford gets ready for his skiing gear. His helmet put on, his goggles, and Steven makes Clifford a Clifford-sized ski for him to ski to. And then Clifford starts skiing down the mountains. And yes, this does take place at Topsy-Turvy Day as well, except it takes place in the winter. Let's imagine that Topsy-Turvy Day happens twice, once in the summer and once in the winter. In this case, it takes place during the winter at Topsy-Turvy Day. And Steven helps Clifford learn the importance of how much practice it would take for Clifford to go skiing. Clifford fails a couple of times, but Steven never complains in that episode. He is very kind in the episode. He is like, it's okay, Clifford, you will get it eventually. And then when Clifford finally gets it, he's ready to ski on his own, with Steven pushing him down for extra security. Well, I could tell you who wrote those episodes. John Ritter and Barry Baz Hawkins wrote those episodes for Clifford the Skiing Dog. And then, after he finally gets it, Clifford starts skiing on his own, with Steven pushing him down the ski carefully for extra safety. And then Cleo has a conversation with and then Cleo has a conversation with Clifford up in the mountains as Clifford is skiing. And then the second time he skis down the same mountain, T-Bone has a conversation with him. And then Jeffy has a conversation. And Clifford skis a total of 6 skiing laps. And in the last lap, after that, Steven invites him to have an extra lap, which is lap number 7, and he's like, "Here I come!" And then Emily Elizabeth, and then after the 7th lap, he goes, "Here I go!" And Emily asks Clifford how was skiing, and then Emily suggests that for having fun in the snow like that, she should call Clifford the skiing master dog of the winter the winter season. And then Steven laughs, and the dogs bark. And then Emily goes, "Good job, Clifford," thus ending the episode. And Martin Cook announces the skiing race, played by Walter Massey, who was Mr. Haney in Arthur. All right, now we're going to talk about Jeffy's missing blanket. You ready to know what happens in this episode? All right, ready for what happens in Jeffy's missing blanket? Let's talk about the plot for this one. Well, I might make a part 2 for those, and we might get to talking about 20 season 3 episodes for part 1, and then if it's okay with my parents, I might make a part 2 tomorrow. That is, if my parents will allow it. Because this might take some time, but I'll see what I can do. I might do all 55 episodes. I might not. It depends on how long it'll be. I'll probably make the stream at least like 3.5 hours or something. I probably won't have time, but I'll see what I can do if I can make it quick. So, here's what happens in Jeffy's missing blanket. Jeffy has gotten a brand new blanket for Christmas. And there's snow on the ground in that episode. And then Jeffy goes to Clifford's Alright, so in Jeffy's missing blanket, Jeffy has gotten a brand new blanket for Christmas. And then, and there's snow on the ground, so Jeffy is really cold, so he snuggles up in Steven's house to warm up and try out his new blanket. But then the very next day, the blanket is missing. And then Jeffy gets really, really, really scared that the blanket has gotten lost because it is really special blanket. And then Jeffy says, "I hope they didn't ruin my blanket." And then Clifford references the episode Blanket Blues where Cleo and T-Bone accidentally ruined Clifford's blanket and Clifford chewed him off for that. All right. Now, what turns out to be the person that steals the blanket is Percy, played by Orlando Brown. Actually, you know what? We could have maybe Mr. Bleakman could steal Clifford's blanket, but by mistake. Because maybe Mr. Bleakman, because maybe Jeffy thought Mr. Bleakman took it, and then gets really, he's like, and then Jeffy gets sad and will be like, "I don't know what I'll do without my blanket. Oh, the humanity!" And then Clifford is like, "Don't worry, it's just a blanket. I'll tell you what, I'll go check Mr. Bleakman's yard and ask Mr. Bleakman if he knows where the blanket is." And then Clifford asks Mr. Bleakman where the blanket might have been. Oh, and then Mr. Bleakman was like, "I put it in the washer because it needed cleaning." So it needed sewing because it looked torn. And then Mr. Bleakman says he has been working hard sewing it last night. He didn't realize that it was Jeffy's favorite blanket that Mr. Bleakman was sewing. And Jeffy wanted it back as soon as he can. But then at the very end of the episode, Jeffy's blanket is back, brand new and all sewn. And then he sleeps peacefully with the blanket, ending the episode. So what are your thoughts on the episode Jeffy's Missing Blanket? When like Mr. Bleakman sews the blanket, which was really torn, and he didn't realize it was Jeffy's favorite blanket that he was trying to sew. No wonder why Jeffy was being a little sad and afraid that he might not see the blanket again. So what did you think of the plot I thought of for Jeffy's missing blanket, HuskyDog88? This would take place after Happy Birthday, Stephen, because Mr. Bleakman was really nice. So what did you think of Jeffy's missing blanket involving Mr. Bleakman sewing that blanket? He didn't realize it was Jeffy's favorite blanket that Jeffy seemed to miss. All right. I am going to write those stories for you as a New Year's resolution. What did you think of the story involving Mr. Bleakman sewing the blanket and looking like it was torn? He didn't realize it was Jeffy's favorite and that Jeffy really wanted it back as soon as possible. All right. Now we're going into the plot for Clifford versus Jeffy. You want to hear it? Oh, that's what I meant to say, Mrs. Bleakman. Although maybe Mrs. Blakeman was... All right, maybe Mrs. Blakeman was teaching Mr. Blakeman how to sew like him. And let's just say that Mr. Blakeman practiced sewing just like Mrs. Blakeman, that he knows how to do it really well. Maybe that's why Mr. Blakeman was sewing it. Well, what did you think of that possible idea? Of maybe Mr. Bleakman doing it because Mrs. Bleakman was teaching Mr. Bleakman how to do it, just like Mrs. Bleakman used to do it. All right. So, for Clifford versus Jeffy, let's imagine that the episode takes place where the end of the episode, Another Fine Mess, left off. Or what about Francine being afraid of being the laughing stock in the episode Vomitrocious? Or Citizen Frensky? And how would you like Jeffy's Missing Blanket to be the very first episode in which we get to see Jeffy start to cry? All right. So in Clifford versus Jeffy, it takes place where or in this case, yeah, because he really wanted his blanket back. And then Clifford tries to comfort him about it. All right. So, in Clifford versus Jeffy, it takes place where another fine mess left off, except with Jetta being replaced by Steven. And they play baseball, I believe, at the end of Another Fine Mess. And I believe they'll play baseball again in Clifford versus Jeffy. And then when he sees that Clifford got to join into the baseball team, Jeffy gets really interested and asks if he would like to be part of the team as well. And then Skyscraper Jackson agrees. And then Skyscraper Jackson plays a major role in which they are part of the baseball team. And they are wearing the same clothes they wear from Another Fine, the humans at least. And then Clifford says, you could be the doggy team with me. And Emily Elizabeth and Steven and Vaz and Charlie could be the human team. Except Cleo and T-Bone will also be involved in it, whereas in Another Fine Mess, they were not involved in it. And they keep playing baseball matches together. And then, after playing baseball, they then play soccer, just like they did in Team Spirit. And then the Birdwell Birds win the game. And then Jeffy is like, Clifford is like, way to go, Jeffy. I knew you could be part of the Birdwell Birds team. Well, well, let's imagine that Clifford is getting a big baseball, though. So it doesn't toss out of the park. And then they play soccer, and the Birdwell Birds win the game. And they end. Thus ends the episode. All right. I know. I will. Clifford would be better suited as the umpire. I would agree with you on that. Let's say that Clifford and Jeffy tie, meaning they both win. So this means the Birdwell birds, including Clifford and stuff, and the Sea City Sharks, which involves Steven and Jeffy, would both win the game. All right. Now, here's a pretty interesting episode we're going to talk about next. The Musicians of Birdwell, which is kind of based off of the story of the Musicians of Bremen because of the title, but it's a little bit different as well. Sure. We'll have Clifford win at the end of the episode. And so that would work. Clifford would win at the very end of the episode because he's part of the Birdwell birds. And Jeffy is like, way to go, Clifford! And then Clifford is like, thanks. And then Clifford, Jeffy, Cleo, and T-Bone laugh, thus ending the episode. You ready to hear what the next episode would be called? The Musicians of Birdwell. So, here's the plot for the Musicians of Birdwell that I just came up with. Clifford, Cleo, T-Bone, and Jeffy are planning to make music together. Cleo already picked out the flute. Jeffy already picked out a toy like drum set. And T-Bone already picked out the trombone. But then at first, Clifford is not sure what instrument would be perfectly suited for him because there are multiple instruments he could try imagining to play. He's like, maybe he could play a big bass, or a big piano, or a big harp. But then Cleo thinks of an instrument that I'm sure will suit him the most. And then Cleo suggests that Clifford could play the tuba. And then Clifford would be like, now why didn't I think of that? Come on, let's go to the music store so I could have a tuba. And then the music store owner, which is actually Mr. Dogson, the dog music composer herself, played by Ringo Starr. And Clifford is asking if he could find a tuba for concert. So maybe let's say that Mrs. Carrington brought them the money to give them their instruments. So Mrs. Carrington could not only be a teacher, but also a music store owner. Clifford asked Miss Carrington if he could have a tuba, and then Clifford is like, oh, I see one right there in the corner I could give you. And then Clifford gives him. And then Miss Carrington gives Clifford a tuba and it's like, here you go. And then they go into Clifford's doghouse. And then Clifford asks Cleo, T-Bone, and Jeffy if they would like to hear him play a tuba. And then Cleo is like, here, go ahead, big guy. And then Clifford plays his signature tune from season 1 of Clifford the Big Red Dog, albeit in G major instead of A major. That would be heard in scenes like Babysitter Blues, Dog for a Day, Saturday Morning, and Welcome to Birdwell Island, which was the first appearance to use that theme. That signature theme from season 1, which Clifford actually would play on the tuba with the audio playing intact, meaning that they didn't have to use new audio for Clifford's tuba. In fact, they could have used the season 1. They could have reused the audio from the season 1 Clifford signature tune, and that's exactly what they did here in an episode. And then after Clifford blows into the tuba, T-Bone is like, that was great, Clifford, but I know I heard the melody somewhere, but what is the name of the tune called? And then Clifford answers, well, that's just a signature tune just made especially for me. And then he laughs, thus breaking the fourth wall in the process. And then after they find their instruments, Clifford goes into Emily Elizabeth and asks Emily Elizabeth if she would like to hear Clifford, Cleo, T-Bone, and Jeffy making music together. And then they play a special tune, which is, of course, a version of the song Dreams Can Come True, played by T-Bone on trombone, Clifford on tuba, Cleo on flute, and Jeffy on a toy drum, while Emily Elizabeth would sing the song and stuff. And I'll have to look at the cast. I know you uploaded the credits for that episode. And also, it would have let's see what plays on their instruments. So we would have Emily Elizabeth, Stephen, Charlie, and Vaz singing Dreams Can Come True. Well, I was just looking at the cast real quick. So we'll have, because I checked And I thought 4 characters singing the song: Emily, Elizabeth, Charlie, Vaz, and Steven would sing Dreams Can Come True, while Clifford, Cleo, T-Bone, and Jeffy would play the song. On their instruments, especially with Clifford playing it on the tuba. And how would you like the audio of the song to be reused from the episode Fan Mail, except with some parts of Jetta's dialogue removed, mostly because Jetta wasn't in the episode. And this time, Steven would be like, wow, that song is really amazing. Dreams actually can come true sometimes. And then Emily answers, they sure do. And then they continue singing while... So it would basically reuse the song Dreams Can Come True, the audio from the episode Fan Mail, but with new instruments added in, with the trombone, tuba, flute, and drums. And then Clifford... And then the song wraps up, and then Emily Elizabeth congratulates them along with Cleo, and then Cleo wonders what the surprise Emily Elizabeth is going to give them is, and Cleo thinks maybe it's Tummy Yummies or Mighty Snackies, but then Emily Elizabeth returns, giving Clifford, Cleo, T-Bone, and Jeffy Tummy Yummies to eat, and she assures that they must be hungry. And then she says she'll check on them a little bit later. Enjoy your treat. And then she leaves the screen laughing. And then all of the dogs munch on their tummy yummies, thus ending the episode. So what did you think of the plot for the Musicians of Birdwell? Oh, and I have an idea for the episode T-Bone's favorite book. What if T-Bone, in T-Bone's favorite book, after hearing an advertisement for something like Harry, like a treasury of Harry the Dirty Dog, Clifford is like, T-Bone is like, wow, what an interesting story. I think I'm gonna go ask Clifford if it's okay if I could have that book. And then Clifford is like, T-Bone asks Clifford if he's heard of Harry the Dirty Dog. And then Clifford is like, oh yes, Emily Elizabeth used to read me that story. And then they, of course, go to the bookstore in which Harry the Dirty Dog is a story about a white dog with black spots who gets dirty while playing out. Like, I'll send you a link to Harry the Dirty Dog. maybe we could have T-Bone reading the story to Jeffy. Well, he has a few black spots, so he may or may not be information, but I sent you a link to the story. And let's imagine that Steven is the one who goes to the library to give T-Bone a book called Harry the Dirty Dog. Well, at least they would fix it by adding the offer in the book in the DVD called Clifford the Big Red Dog Storytime Fun. It's by Gene Zion, and pictures by Margaret Roy Graham. Well, maybe Clifford could, like, after the episode ends, John Ritter could say that Harry the Dirty Dog was written by Gene Zion with pictures by Margaret Roy Graham, just like how Reading Rainbow would end an episode, and then it would go into Clifford's Big Ideas after John Ritter's voice reading the title and the author and the illustrator. How would you like that idea? Of that happening before going into the Clifford's Big Ideas segment. If it's not included in the credits, maybe John Ritter could give facts about it before Clifford's Big Ideas wraps up, saying Harry the Dirty Dog is a book by Gene Zion with pictures by Margaret Roy Graham. Sure, that could work. That could work even. He could do it before the book is read. And then maybe Clifford could read T-Bone that story after Steven gives it to T-Bone in the library. And then, the fun doesn't end there. The fun doesn't end there. Clifford would break the fourth wall again. saying that we could have him break the fourth wall by showing clips from the episode No Baths for Cleo, where Cleo got dirty and had to take a bath. Kind of like when Harry got dirty. Maybe after the story ends, there could be the flashback where Cleo used to get dirty in the episode from No Baths for Cleo, and then of course, you know, maybe T-Bone could imagine his own version of the story, Harry the Dirty Dog, called T-Bone the Dirty Dog, where he imagines his own version of the story.
James, here is your reminder. When it's time to go to bed around midnight. James, here is your reminder.
Oh, that
When it's time
Alexa.
to go to bed around midnight.
Sorry about this, folks. That was Alexa speaking to me. What was nice about the callback, HuskyDog88? Yeah, he's kind of like Siri. You could ask him any questions. You know what? I'm only going to have time to go through 2 more episodes before we call it a day. And what did you think of T-Bone imagining his own version of the story after Clifford reads T-Bone the whole thing? So, next one we're going to... And then after T-Bone imagines himself his own version of the story, Clifford then gets an idea to make him a book of his favorite memories, like hanging out with Sheriff Lewis from the episode Saturday Morning, or joining in the Pack Street Dogs group with Mac in Doghouse Rock. Sure. And then Clifford gets an idea at the very end of the episode, and Clifford makes T-Bone a book of his favorite memories. Like joining the Pack Street Dogs group with Mac in Doghouse Rock, and Emily and T-Bone hanging out with Kiki from Big Hearted T-Bone, and hanging out with Mimi from Mimi's Back in Town. And then it fades to the present, and then they play ball at the very end of the episode. And the sport they play is roll ball, just like in Forgive and Forget, where Clifford, Cleo, T-Bone, and Jeffy play roll ball, and then T-Bone and Jeffy laugh at the end, thus ending the episode. Next, we're going to go over Clifford Make-Believes, which marks the first ever appearance of a chocolate lab named Barry, who is a pirate dog. He is uncredited in the first episode that he appears in, but then is credited in later episodes in which he appears. And he would be voiced by Clancy Brown, and he would be credited in later episodes. After this, he's not credited in the first episode where Barry appears, but he's credited in later episodes. And then, so, let's imagine that Clifford Make-Believes could take place after the episode Clifford the Pirate King, in which they dig for buried treasure. And this would mark the very first appearances of Gordon, and this would be the first time where Julie speaks. She first appeared in the episode My Best Friend as a background character. She's the girl with the red hair, pink shirt, and heart necklace. She appears as a background character in episodes like Wedding Bell Blues and My Best Friend. But beginning with Clifford Make-Believes, it's the first time she speaks, and she is voiced by Andrea Libman. So, in Clifford Make-Believes, he imagines what would happen after the episode and what would happen where Clifford the Pirate King left off, where Barry the Chocolate Lab would go looking for treasure with a piratey voice, and then he gets this idea to come up with a pirate story called Clifford and Barry's Treasure Hunt. And then Barry tells them the story, and they use their imaginations. And yes, the purple poodle dragster from Flood of Imagination returns in Clifford Make-Believes, except this time it would be Barry driving the purple poodle dragster, and then Clifford gives him like some pirate food, like some healthy vegetables and some fruits. And then Julie imagines, and then the humans, the kids, they each take turns. The dogs and the humans each take turns imagining what would happen next in the treasure hunt. And then, after having fun make-believe, they go on a treasure hunt, a treasure scavenger hunt. And they hunt for treasure of fruits and vegetables. And then after the scavenger hunt is complete, Barry congratulates them for doing the scavenger hunt. And then Clifford, Cleo, T-Bone, Emily Elizabeth would begin laughing. With Charlie as well. All right. What did you think of the plot for Clifford Make-Believes? So, when I mean like 2 more episodes, I'm talking about 2 more half-recorded episodes, you know, like Clifford Make-Believes and Jeffy in the Cave, and then Sleeping Jeffy and Concert Day at Birdwell Island would be the last one we'll go over. Alright, now, let's imagine what happens in Jeffy in the Cave. Let's say that Jeffy goes to the library to check out books about caveman when he discovers, and here's a fact, that the Flintstones are cavemen. So he checks out a Flintstones book, reading the Flintstones book, and then Clifford is really interested, and then he imagines the time way back in 1964 where he got to meet the Flintstones and turn into a big red dinosaur. And how would you like this episode to show flashbacks from the 1964 Hanna-Barbera series episode, Cliff Rock the Big Red Dinosaur, as well as the season 1 episode, Dino Clifford? Because not only... And then T-Bone makes a reference to Dino Clifford where he tried really hard to look for all the fossil bones. And then Jeffy decides he wants to know what a cave is like. But then, when Jeffy first starts going into the cave and hears scary noises, Jeffy screams hysterically. It's like, I want to get out of here! And then Clifford is like, but Jeffy, we can't get out. We need something we could use to get out, and we can't get out without it. And then Jeffy is like, but what can we use? And then Clifford is like, I have an idea. You could use the flashlight and see if you can find a key that can get us out. And then T-Bone gets a little freaked out at the cave as well. But Jeffy gets even more freaked out since he's younger than T-Bone. And then they both use a flashlight to find the key to get out. And then they eventually get out, and then Clifford congratulates them for getting out of the cave and for being brave. And then of course, Cleo, T-Bone, and Jeffy start laughing, thus ending the episode. Now, and what were your thoughts on the plot for Jeffy in the cave? Where in the middle of the episode, they get stranded and stuck in a cave, while Clifford thinks of the solution for both T-Bone and Jeffy, that they could use a flashlight. If I had to make a guess, I would say that T-Bone is like a 6-year-old bulldog. Let's say that Jeffy is like a 4-year-old Siberian Husky. Orange Siberian Husky. Oh, what did you think of the ideas for the episode Jeffy in the Cave, HuskyDog88, where it shows a flashback from the 1964 episode Cliff Rock the Big Red Dinosaur, and then a flashback from the season 1 episode Dino Clifford. Except, I believe Clifford is a bit older than them, since he's like the biggest. Dog, maybe he's like 8 years old or something. 8 dog years would be. So that would be like. So Clifford would be like 56 years old in dog years if he's like 56 in like 8 dog years would be like 56 in dog years. Anyway, HuskyDog88, what were your thoughts on the mysterious plot of Jeffy in the Cave? Showing flashbacks from an episode of the 1964 Hanna-Barbera Clifford episode, Cliff Rock the Big Red Dinosaur, and the season 1 episode Dino Clifford from the John Ritter era. Yeah. And since Jeffy is like 4 years old, that would be like 40 dog years. Actually, I'll look it up. Dog years. actually going to look it up. And how would you like Phil Harris to still voice Clifford in the flashback, even though John Ritter voices him in the episode Jeffy in the Cave? Well, like, he would be like, I remember when I transformed into a big red dinosaur and they called me Cliff Rock. It was back in 1964 when Hanna-Barbera made my series. Oh, that would be 28 dog years for 4 human years. That. And 6 would be 42 dog years. I just looked it up. What would work about Clifford mentioning Hanna-Barbera making it, or having Phil Harris voice Clifford in the flashback? All right, now we're going to imagine all right, both of them would work then. All right, so now we're going to talk about Sleeping Jeffy. You want to know what the plot for Sleeping Jeffy would be? And what did you think of Jeffy and T-Bone getting lost in the cave in the very end of the episode? In the middle of the episode? And then with... Alright. Now, for Sleeping Jeffy, let's say that it starts off with an extremely exhausted Jeffy, telling him that he's been doing exercises all day, that he did not get enough sleep. And so he really wants to go to sleep, but he's having a hard time falling asleep. So he needs to think of something that would make him easier for Jeffy to fall asleep. First, Clifford tells him a story parroting Sleeping Beauty called Sleeping Jeffy. But after hearing the Sleeping Jeffy story, Jeffy is still having a hard time falling asleep. Then he calls Mary, and asks him to play. And then he sings Rockabye Jeffy to the tune of Rockabye Clifford from the episode The Big Sleepover. But the singing doesn't really work. And then Mary plays it on the piano, and that does cause him to fall asleep, making it work. And then Clifford makes a decision while Jeffy is asleep to go to Emily Elizabeth's house to celebrate her birthday. And Emily Elizabeth decides that she would like to have some chocolate cake, and then Clifford remembers, like, oh no, I cannot have chocolate. It's gonna make me sick. Well, what kind of cake can I eat? And then Clifford asks Emily Elizabeth what he could eat, and then Emily Elizabeth is like, here, try some vanilla cake. And then Cleo, Clifford, and T-Bone, and then Cleo and T-Bone join in at the party, and they have vanilla cake as well. But then, after singing happy birthday to Emily Elizabeth, Clifford gets very tired. So then, Clifford, Jeffy, Stephen, Emily Elizabeth, and Vaz fall asleep in Clifford's doghouse, thus ending the episode. Now, what were your thoughts on the plot for Sleeping Jeffy? Alright, this last episode we'll go over is Concert Day at Birdwell Island. Oh. They'll have carrot cake then. So, they'll have carrot cake, but then after singing happy birthday to Emily Elizabeth, they get really, really exhausted. Clifford gets really exhausted, and he goes back to his doghouse to sleep with Jeffy. And then Emily Elizabeth, Stephen, and Vaz drift off to sleep with Clifford, thus ending the episode. Now, what were your thoughts on the plot of Sleeping Jeffy as far as the context and what Clifford, Cleo, and T-Bone decide to do while Jeffy is asleep? Because of Jeffy being sleep deprived at the beginning of the episode from all the exercise. Now, HuskyDog88, what are you planning? What anything exciting you're planning to do for tomorrow? All right. Well, I was just I'm really curious, you know. Like, I understand if you don't want to answer that question, but I just thought maybe you would be interested in that question I asked. But anyway, what were your thoughts on the plot for Sleeping Jeffy? Now, all right. So, ready for the last episode we'll think of for the plot? So, also, the last episode we'll think of is Concert Day at Birdwell Island. Now, this episode obviously takes place after the musicians of Birdwell, since they already have their instruments, so, especially Clifford having his instruments, so that's why it takes place after the musicians of Birdwell, because Clifford already has the instrument with him. So, in Concert Day at Birdwell Island, Mrs. Carrington is hosting something to Make Birdwell Island Musical Day, for Make Birdwell Island Musical Day, where anyone can sing or play musical instruments to make Birdwell Island pretty musical. So, they get to play a whole list of wonderful songs. Some of them would be from the Clifford Musical Memory Game CD, like The Shells on the Beach and Move Your Feet to the Mambo. This time it would be sung, Move Your Feet to the Mambo would actually be sung by Vaz this time in Concert Day at Birdwell Island, whereas in the game, Jetta sang that song. The Shells at the Beach would still be sung by Emily Elizabeth, and then the song, and then the baking song, Baking Makes My Whole Heart Want to Sing, sung by the baker from the episode Welcome to Birdwell Island. Now, this would be one of the rare times where Cam Clark is not credited, even though he voices a character. Well, I figured because Cam Clark was credited multiple times in the series, and they know that Cam Clark would voice a character, so maybe there was no need to credit him because he already planned to be in the episode, and maybe they allowed, and maybe the producers allowed him to be, and maybe he allowed the producers to uncredit him because he's been in the show multiple times already. Or maybe they forgot to do it. Yeah. And then after the song Baking Makes My Whole Heart Want to Sing, Charlie would sing Rolling Waves And, yeah, it would be an error in the credits. Then. So after that, then Charlie sings the song Rolling Waves. And then it would be Cleo's turn, and he sings a really cute version of... Actually, after the baker's turn and then Charlie's turn, it would be Mary's turn to sing Dreams Can Come True. And then for the grand finale is the dogs playing the parade theme from Clifford on Parade. And then after that, Miss Carrington and Emily Elizabeth are impressed that Clifford could play such a gigantic tuba. And then Emily says that he was top dog amazing, and then Mrs. Carrington agrees with her, and then Clifford licks Emily Elizabeth repeatedly, causing Emily Elizabeth to laugh, thus ending the episode. All right. And also, before the humans sing, the dogs try to practice what they're trying to play. And then they think of a great idea before the concert begins, the parade theme. What made the story so nice, HuskyDog88, for concert day at Birdwell Island? And what did you think of the songs being used from the game Musical Memory Games before being reused in the episode Concert Day at Birdwell Island from Season 3? It would first be used in the 2002 game Clifford Musical Memory Games, those songs. And yes, Emily Elizabeth's singing voice of Shells on the Beach from the game would be reused in that episode. Sung by Gray Delisle. And what did you think of Vaz singing Move Your Feet to the Mambo instead of Jetta for Concert Day at Birdwell Island, since the Mambo is mainly like a Mexican Latin feel and Jetta was Italian, so they would replace Jetta with Vaz singing it in the episode, even though Jetta sang it in the game, since Vaz is more of a Latin character. game, musical memory games, and I know when that song would play. So, I'm gonna mute the sound, mostly because alright. Really? I used to play that game on my vintage computer, and I played it on Windows 2000, even though the game came out in 2002. Alright. I'm going to send you a link. To this. Alright. Alright, so Shells on the Beach would start at 53 minutes and 46 seconds of this link. You could feel free to use it in Concert Day at Birdwell Island. And what did you think of that amazing idea I came up with of the songs they play, like Rolling Waves, Move Your Feet to the Mambo, Shell Rock, and Rolling Waves being that previously? What did you think of those songs that were previously used in the Clifford Musical Memory Games game, later being used in the episode Concert Day at Birdwell Island? Because I thought they were never used in an episode before, so I thought maybe they could, use those songs again in the episode Concert Day at Birdwell Island from Season 3, even though the game came out a year earlier before Season 3 started. Well, because they never sang it in an episode before, but they have in the game. So maybe the producers would think, why not have them sing it in the musically themed episode, Concert Day at Birdwell Island? And in that game, you could tell that the recording of the game was produced at the same time as Season 2 of Clifford the Big Red Dog, mostly because of well, if you want, maybe I could, maybe I could write down the updated cast on archive and record the cast with a picture of, or maybe record from Comic Sans, like Shells on the Beach, sung by Gray Delisle. And wow, here's a cool fact. The voices from the game were produced at the same time as Season 2 of Clifford the Big Red Dog, hence why Gary Gray and Ulysses Cuadra's voices were matured. That means it was produced at the same time as Season 2 of Clifford the Big Red Dog. I'll have to look it up, you know. I'm looking at the credits for the game. Maybe it'll say who wrote the songs, unless they didn't say who wrote the songs in the credits. Alright, everyone. I hope you enjoyed this stream. Looks like I'll have to do a part 2 on this tomorrow if my parents are okay with that. So I'll have to ask them first before I go back to doing it again. So I will see you hopefully tomorrow. Alright, I had fun as well. We'll have some more fun, hopefully tomorrow, if my parents will allow me to stream, because... Okay, at 1 p.m. at my time would work, which... Oh, I thought 3 p.m. at your time was 1 p.m. at mine. All right. And how were you able to get that, blank background and remove the original? It is 10:18 where I'm at. So, how were you able to remove the original words from the credits and replace them with new words in the same Clifford font when you made the Season 3 end credits? Microsoft Paint. I don't have Microsoft Paint downloaded, but I might. So, I know you use Microsoft Paint, but what were the steps you used to remove the original words and replace them with new ones with that same font and the same color. Movie Studio Platinum. You type the credits out. And you covered up the original words with Microsoft Paint. That's pretty interesting. What setting did you use on Microsoft Paint to take the color sample? Because I might... The eyedropper feature. That's interesting. I'm hoping to, wow, the eyedropper feature was really cool. So, anyway, I am really looking forward to showing you the new Clifford the Big Red Dog VHS releases, with most, or possibly all of them, coming tomorrow. And actually, you know what? I might be making a video of my John Ritter VHS and DVD collection where it not only shows Clifford, but also 2 other films with John Ritter in it. And these 2 films also have John Ritter in it, besides the Clifford series and Clifford's Really Big Movie. So I'm hoping to include those in the John Ritter collection, in addition to the Clifford VHS and DVD releases. Oh, John Ritter played the character of Steve in Hero at Large, and he played Roy in Stay Tuned. Roy Nabel. Interestingly enough, Hero at Large was released in theaters in 1980, in 1980, which was 2 decades before he starred in Clifford the Big Red Dog. And Stay Tuned was released in 1992, which was 8 years before he was chosen to voice Clifford. John Ritter didn't really appear in many Columbia Pictures films. Yeah. John Ritter didn't really appear in Columbia Pictures films that much. He only appeared in the few Columbia Pictures films, which was not that many. But, which is why I came up with the idea of Columbia Pictures releasing the Clifford and Arthur crossover, with John Ritter having a major role in, which is like one of a few times where John Ritter has a major role in a Columbia Pictures film as the voice of Clifford. I'm going to ask Alexa something real quick. Hey Alexa, what other films did John Ritter appear in?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, on television, John Ritter starred in Hearts of Fire, 8 Simple Rules, and The Most Memorable Three's Company.
He appeared in Hearts of Fire, is what Alexa said. Now, Alexa, what films did John Ritter appear in?
John Ritter was known for Bad Santa, Sling Blade, Problem Child, and Three's Company.
Oh, John Ritter was in Bad Santa, which was also John Ritter's last film, and Problem Child, and Sling Blade, even. Well, everybody, I have got to go. See ya!